Hello, hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, catch us live at twitch.tv/TalkSmileToo. And if you are watching on YouTube and you like to see, maybe leave a like, maybe leave a comment, maybe leave a subscribe, or let's see if leave a dislike. It's alright. Either way, I hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright, let me check sound. Check. You're good. Alright, let me get the game up. Well, let me get it actually loaded. I can't cut out. I don't know. Alright, no, hello. Thank you. Alright, to my one. Not mom's, but mine. Actually, anyways. It will load any second. Any second. Alright. So, I guess let me first just start by, like, remembering what I have done versus what I'm gonna do and all that. Because I did finish, I think, it should be finished, at least the outside, yeah. What have I got on me that is broken? Oh. I was like, what is it? That's it. The tower. I'm not sure how I feel. I like how I like some of it, but I do kind of think the shape is a little... At the same time, I don't know how I would do better than that, so it's kind of... I'll probably come up with something to adjust it. Although, wait, I think that it could look better, at least to me, is potentially something I'm gonna have to... I think I have to build an actual roof before I can do. So I think something that could work. I also need to grow more trees and stuff. But, like, if we were to pull this in here... And then kind of... I think I would want something different than these, though, actually. Use these to kind of connect. Because I'm going to actually probably put an actual roof on this. I need to think about what type. Maybe spiral? would be good. I mean, that's spiral. Storm could be good. The storm bark. I would need to grow more trees, but that's fine. Listen, I'm curious where they would show up in the first place. Let me go see if I have any. I mean, I know I have some, so I'm thinking that would be the best option. Alright. And I came over here, I didn't mean to. I meant to come here. I mean, the crystal wood's cool, but I don't think that works. Also, chuck that in there, I don't need that. I mean, I could do the jungle wood, but I don't think that would look right either. It's petrified. Is it up here? Yeah. The storm bark. I think that could be cool. This is kind of like a mix. It's got this kind of stone, like, which is kind of ironic because it's called Storm, but it had this interesting look. I kind of wish I could do something with the inside of it, but obviously you can't, so it's fine. Because that's what I probably would really like doing. Or I thought about doing the spiral. Hey, tree's growing. But I don't think it would work. I want it to be something that... Yeah, I think that green could look really good. Let me look at this. Only a tiny bit of green. Yeah. Because then that would be a way to kind of fill in the color, I guess, a little? I don't know. I thought about the azure wood because I thought the azure wood might make sense. But again, the wood itself is just too dark. I'm gonna have to break this. I think that will look cool. Will help at least. Uh-huh. Well, I like the game, so I'm gonna keep playing. Also for also it's just really early access. Like I mean, dude, what are you talking about? Hi. How are you? I hope you are having a lovely day. And frankly, I mean, every update's added things that I like, so, you know. I've been pretty happy. I like building, so. I have enough here. Please make it yes. Oh, that's actually perfect. I'm gonna need to grow another tree. Which is fine. Two more. I think I can reach that. Yeah. That was exactly enough there. But yeah, I just kind of I like building. This is a great game for building at the moment. Yeah, I think that'll do, because then that kind of makes it feel somewhat held up. I'd almost think about doing something with fences as well. Or maybe slabs, like there. I'm trying to decide what I want to do. Because, I mean, I've built the town myself. I want this to feel like it could make sense with the rest of the town. I kind of like that better. But yeah, I might want to add a little bit more to it. There we go. Sorry. Alright. I do wish the map, I've said it before, but I do wish the map actually showed the roof color for what it is, because that would look a lot better. It'll be blue then. Because they're all blue roofs. Because they're Chuck. This one. I'm gonna have to double check that I didn't miss one there. Eventually. Eventually. I need to cut down these trees, like this one, and this one, to instead put in the blue trees and the probably more camphor, as I've said. I've got some started here somewhere. Here. It'll eventually be blue. Alright, but I don't have any more storm bark, so I need more storm bark. I do not have an empty inventory. Honestly, what I should probably do is get to work starting on the other thing I probably want to do. The other fields. I hurt. I haven't bothered getting around to it, so you know, there's that, but like I should. Realistically, I probably actually need food now that I think about it. Hmm. How much was it again to make a scythe? 2. Think. I mean, boom. Alright. I just realized I did that. Yeah. Alright, first things first. We're just gonna pick up the veg. That should be all the veg. Oh, crap. Is supposed to be there. Ish. Alright. For now, we're just gonna chuck ourselves a couple more veggie skewers. Perfect. I'm not in the cave. So, then I'm just gonna, for now, turn the wheat into that, and then I would like storm bark. Which one is that's frozen spruce? You know, I can grow frostwood and get icy stuff. So there's that, I guess. That's cedar. I don't need cedar. I need... It's in here somewhere. That's spiral. I'm apparently blind. There. I want like 4. Then we'll just craft one of these. Alright, now if I remember correctly, although I wonder if I can plant on... I just got an idea. I don't know if it'll work, though. It'd be interesting if it did. If it does, I could just do this for the other stuff as well. But, I don't know if I'm running around with any... Yeah. I grabbed 3 of those. And then I turn that into a gravel block. 3, right? It should be 3. Yeah. So I make a gravel block. Yeah. I'm gonna come over here because this is fine. I think I can plant these on here, right? Yeah. Remove the 2 below. Hopefully that's not too bad. And then hopefully that's enough. Boom. I'm obviously gonna need more than that, but like, start. The question becomes, do I work on barracks or do I actually start trying to fill in where fields will go again? I have a whole bunch of dirt on me at the moment. And I do need to fill in. This tree does need to go, even if the other one wouldn't. Because that's obviously along the path. And this does need to be cleared out. I did clear this a little bit last time. I might want to actually remove one more level. I haven't decided. Alright, is there a spot here, or is it just being funky? It's just being funky. Visual glitch. Woo! Haha. I need to flatten this out some. Yeah, take that. Mere arrows. So I need to flatten this out as well. I don't think I'm gonna go down from the fact, rather, I don't think I would like bring it up to this level. I think I would like to leave it at this being the head of the level. Because I feel like it feels more in line with everything else. And I do, well, I am going to bring this, I guess, away and remove this, but different thing. I'm gonna need to kind of clear this out a little bit too, I think. But again, it's gonna just need to be, I don't know, probably just a little bit here. I don't think it's as far as like flattening here. I kind of like the idea of it being more flowy. And of course that needs to be removed as well. But over here, this is where I kind of do have a place to put dirt that I haven't gotten around to, but I really should start getting around to, because I'm going to eventually need to turn it all into um, crops. Alright, if I can just kind of... Knowing that's the end here of the field, Alright, if I do this... I can even, like, weirdly enough, add more underground structures if I chose to. I'm not planning to, but, like, I could. Alright. Ba 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 ba. And then I need to... I think I want to do one more of, these fields, probably. And then what I would probably do... I don't know. Alright. Alright. I guess the question then becomes, do I do... what do I do? So I would probably want to have a hen house with hens. Which I already kind of knew anyway, so it's fine. Mm. I don't know, I'm just kind of gonna wait for the tree to grow. And think about how I want to build the next section. I think I got any more dirt on me, so that's actually I cleared out of dirt for the first time in ages. Yeah. Biggest irony is kind of more along the lines of just kind of, I don't know how to put this, but oh, yep, I fell. But you can't get me, and you remain there. Because you keep spawns down. Crazily enough. Alright, you know what? While I'm here, I'm gonna cut down these trees. I already knew I was gonna cut them down, so it's not that big a deal, but... now I have the room. Alright, other than I want to change out the trees that are up here, I didn't actually want to change all that much up here. I kind of liked it as it was. I do want to probably also set up a bit of a path. And, you know, that could be a pond here instead, which could be nice. Oops, that hurts. Alright. Honestly, the thing I need most is the plant essence. Or, not essence, fiber. But creating a little watery area here would not be the end of the world. Maybe flatten out the top of this. Again, I don't want to do too much, because I do think that's a bit over the top, but I do think having some is good, and then you can have... I don't have any overall here. And then bring up the, I actually like the idea of having these be down. Without a lot of up. It opens up an area to kind of... Oops, don't want to do that. And you can just kind of pull this in like so. I guess. Add some other things, and then that kind of just feels more like that could be a whole big water source here. It would take a lot of work, obviously. But I think that that would then feel more... I don't know, something. Path. Kind of thing. Because as I've said, I want it to be where you would be walking around, and then the reason why you'd be, like, be coming from here, obviously, because there'd be a tower here. Having it be where if you are going up, I'd like to probably make a path through these, but also like a reason to kind of just like have, if I was to have it instead be you go around, potentially, where it's like you go here and go through, which is why there's not as many. I'd like there to be like something in between. That would be water, potentially. And obviously you come over here. You walk to there, and then you can walk down. The concept of having some, like, just water features in general, I kind of like. The way it could be handled as well is if you have the water up here, right? It's flowing. It's just like, then that's why you're walking around, because you would be walking then here, around it, and then down. Water and trees. I think that's going to be how I'm going to be around the whole thing. The trees are growing. Oops. Um. Okay. Probably should cut down the other trees, and then that way within the... And those as well, of course. I like the idea that, like, even if someone were to try to mine through, part of the problem could possibly be you could hit underwater rivers and stuff and blah blah blah, right? And allowing for, like, some of that on the surface to kind of imply that. Part of what makes it so safe, and part of what makes expanding so difficult. And of course, that's outside. That's... That could allow for some fishing traps up here as well. I haven't actually cut those down yet. I just kind of started because I need the plant fiber to make the dirt further around. But beyond that, I do want to kind of start removing these, start kind of putting in what goes here. Alright. Anyway, this is I'm extracting, or bleh, I am attempting an experiment. If the experiment works, I know how I'm gonna get the trees more in. The blue ones, at least. I'm out of room. Oh gosh. How long have I been out of room? I thought I picked everything up over here. I could dump the stuff and come back for more. There's a lot. Mm-hmm. Alright, I need to figure out what to do with those. There has to be something I can do with sticks. Actually, if I could have water up here, and I could, potentially, that you have to walk around, or over, rather. And then have it go down into there. I like it. Come long do these take anyway? Oh, did I plant the wrong kind? I might have. Well, I might have. Well, we're still gonna be finding out. And this is the kind of tree I would want here anyway, so it kind of works. So, yeah. Crap. But we'll be finding out after I sleep. I'm telling my answer to my question. Like, dirt works just fine, right? Although I wonder if wood would work. Like, if rock doesn't. You know? Alright. Let me sleep. Ah. I wonder if there's a use for charcoal. Whether if there was one. I thought I had not that much time. Got a second. Let me make... Whatever. I don't really have anything. I don't have anything on me. It's a junk. Chuck rather, blah. I have things that are broken on me. A few things, actually. I could make some... I could make a repairy thing for my... Yeah. Might as well. I mean, it's not a lot of damage left, but it's fine. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I did make things spawn. I was careful. If it did work, I'm gonna... Rather, if it did start to work. I mean... Yeah, it did. Oh, look at that. Look at that. As the day starts... For now, we'll just kind of come here. I put a stormbark tree down. I mean, it's the stick version, so it doesn't mean too much yet. That's not fully grown. I don't think. Let's see, this is touching the ground and the dirt. Which I do want it to. Not sure if this is gonna grow more or not. Oh, I messed that up. I messed that up. But that's fine. I'm gonna go make another piece of gravel, and we're just gonna see how this goes. Yes. I have to hope that this will grow. So now that I've looked, I probably should put it further back anyway. Well, not much. I don't want to go too high either. There. Then I gotta fill the dirt in. Boom. All done. Alright. Do I actually want to move this? I was thinking of doing so, but I don't know if I do. Because, like, it could just go like that. There we go. I kind of like that better. I mean, I know I'm gonna be putting a field here anyway, so it's not that big a deal. Yeah, if that does work out there, other than I'm kind of worried. I thought it was connecting, but apparently it wasn't connected. That's kind of annoying. We've got where that's there. And the thing is, I'd like to be able to kind of put... Yeah, see, that was my concern. I'm going to need to figure out how to put these up here. Because that just kind of came all down. Although, that's not so bad, because I can just kind of... If I do that... This is the one I'm scared of. Even though that should be connecting. If I did that like that... That's not so bad. And I could also add, like, slabs. Make it look better. Ow. Yeah. The biggest issue is the roots. So take these like this. I mean, it's not like you could see it from down here, and I do not want to mess with it too much more. But I actually think, yeah, if we're gonna have it, we're gonna have it be right. There. All fixed. Well, not that one, but I'm not gonna fix that one. Okay. Alright, as I said, I actually think I'm gonna go grab some, like I have a little bit, but I think I'm gonna go grab some chalk a second, and I'm going to readjust some things. Okay. So I need chalk. I really need more of the chalk than that for all the things I'm gonna need chalk for, but here. Yeah. And of course, I probably also want a little more dirt. So, because I already knew I wanted to make the water their water, but if I put that so that it's water flowing into water, I think that would look better. Yeah, that's already working better. Already worked. Alright, so if the water was flowing from here, I think yeah, to make a decision here. Yeah, because I only get one. Should probably done, I don't know. So what I would probably want to do here, like that. As I was saying, I almost want to kind of instead kind of pull this up. There, so that would be on that side, so you don't see... Alright. And I would pull it all the way, probably back to here. I need to go dump stuff again. Alright. Alright. Not really sure where to put these. I guess I could put them where the chalk was. Alright. Alright. Okay, and we can come over here. Actually, you know what? No. This is fine. Ish. Do I want... Because this isn't really... I need more dirt. Actually... This is too tall. It feels weird to go down and then up. I think I said this before. It's already going up and up, and then it's just like down again seems odd. Oops. Alright. Because it's not like it goes into the water area either, so it wouldn't be like it's like, oh, this is so much higher. And mind you, I can even do this here. Like that. Like that. And then you could just put these in like this. I'll probably put a tree here, actually. Like right here. I don't know what kind I want to do, but I do think a tree would be good there. There, so that would be like that. Fill this in. There. Alright, so what I'd want to do here probably, I want to kind of pull this in here. But then you can have this kind of more like this. Alright, I actually also kind of want to pull this in here, like so. Kind of have some spots that are all the way down. Alright. And then just kind of fill that in. I like the idea that it kind of turns into the chalk. Like on this side, you have something to it, but like. And then I'll probably add some grass and stuff around just to kind of fill it in a little bit more, but then that way. I mean, obviously you have all the water here, but I kind of want to have it a little less. I have to be very careful about how I do this, but. And then I'll fill in with the rock above where it's going to need to be to fill the water in, and then that'll all be fine. And then we're going to have to go collect all the water from the other, but I think that'll look good. Meanwhile, I actually want to put one of these probably like right, I don't know, here. I'm not going to do too much with it. I'll just let it grow. Maybe it won't grow fully. Wait, I didn't remember to remove like all the bottom ones, right? No, I didn't. Oh yeah, this is fully growing. Okay, cool. I was like, this one. Cool. Although figuring out how to, I'm hoping it'll actually grow the rest of the way. I'm pretty sure it has like another stage. Um. And you can see where it grew from, too. And then I can just kind of build around it. So it should have like one more stage, I think. So it's fine. And then that'll be fine. But I was worried that it wouldn't. But if it does that, I can just do that for any time I'm trying to grow trees. And then I don't waste dirt. And I have solved my problem. Yay! Sort of. Alright, knowing that this is the top layer, we just start filling this in. Could probably go get more rock. Yeah, and it's gonna look a little funky, but that's fine. I'm actually kind of okay with that, because I don't... I mean specifically for growing trees I need to use for, the purpose of... just building. Let me grab rocks. I actually want to do also... We're gonna start these. Pretty sure that's how that is. Yeah. I actually would like to... There. Let's start getting that done. I don't know, I could just empty my inventory and just kind of rush back and forth and get that done. Wouldn't be that big a deal, right? Although I'd like to get the bottom done too. Yeah? Alright, so... Maybe not all the way to here. Because then that would allow it to start, dipping. So I'm definitely gonna need 100. That's not the end of the world. Considering I collect, I think, 20 buckets at a time, would require at least 5 trips. Probably 7 trips, I think. I just fell. Alright. Alright! Well, our tree should be mostly grown for the storm bark in the morning. I'll let it finish growing, of course. Alright. I don't know, I just wanted to think about, like, how would it make sense that I don't build anything there? And I think that's what makes a lot of sense to me, is just having water, or more water, I guess. Or then flow down and in. Right, we're about to go find out how much tree has grown. I can see it, so there's that. I don't think it's done growing quite yet. Yeah, it's got like one more stage. That is, yeah, it didn't really work out. It didn't want to grow down. Alright, but this does let me see. I probably only need like 1 off the ground instead of 3. That's what I'll probably do. Which, that one is 2 off the ground, technically. I guess that's 4 off the ground. And that's fine. In theory, this one should hopefully grow. If I've done my calculations correctly. If not, I'm in trouble! Yay! Yeah, so this one's growing. I'm gonna want to put some camphor over here too, probably. I'm curious how much this is actually gonna need around it. Yeah, I know, you're there. I forgot, I need more dirt there. I don't think I have enough for that. Wait, no, I totally do. Alright, this is a field. Mm-hmm. I do in fact see you. Yep. No! It hurts. Because plant fiber is a mess. Expensive. And the wolf is there. I'm gonna need more than 50, but not by much. Okay, yeah. I probably need 60? Alright. Oh, that's right. It makes it double. It's totally fine. It's totally okay. So as far as the field is concerned, that's starting to be done. Alright, 2, 3, 5. Actually, I should probably do it over here. I actually think having this be a smaller... I almost like the idea... Alright, so if I go up... Yeah. Perfect. And this could be a smaller field, and then I could instead do the sunflowers in here. I think that would work better. Alright. There. Weirdly enough. Then this could instead be pumpkins. Make this pumpkins instead, I think I'd be happier. Gonna need to make some crappy hose. Alright, See, the thing I'm like kind of like trying to decide is what do I want to do for the for over there, right? I know I want to do something, but I don't know per se what I want to do. All right. A little bit more dirt in here. I think it'll work out. All right, so I need to get more trees kind of built in. Around and all that. Kind of want to see how many pumpkin seeds I can make. So realistically, pumpkins more. Hello, Isaac. How are you? Isaac is more. Pumpkins are more profitable. If I was to go in and make eternal pumpkin seeds, other than needing the pumpkins, if each one is 30, 3 is 90, 180 would be. I have not even got 10. That's good to hear that you're doing good. Should say that. Alright, and then we're gonna get some pumpkin seeds here. I think 8 to start. I was able to make 5. I make 2 more if I get a little bit more essence. It is expensive. I think pumpkin pies are kind of worth it. So 7. I don't think I have enough. But I might have some over. I don't think I do. Well, that's good to hear that you're doing good. Alright. I'm just waiting for the Stormbark to grow so I could finish the tower. Because I realized I kind of wanted something to make it look more stable. I guess. Almost. I'm okay. Do I have any pumpkins over here? Yes. I can have 8 pumpkins. This is gonna take a while. Although, much like with the wheat seeds, it will probably start growing more and more over time, so that'll be fine. We're just starting with 8. Alright. There we go. Alright. Yeah. I have nowhere near enough pumpkins. I'm going to need to get more pumpkins. In one of these chests, that one. I have 4 in here, too. Surprisingly, so that's total, yeah, 9. Alright. That's what I could do with that. I do want to make a few more... And then I'm just gonna... I was initially gonna focus on trying to get the barracks done, but I don't know what I would want to do. Maybe I would want to do the blue wood. If I'm gonna have it growing up here, having the blue wood for the structural wood would actually be kind of nice, I think. I'm gonna put this here probably. I'll probably put some camphor in as well once these are kind of grown. Make decisions on where I want them. I kind of want to put this one here. I'm not walking around with dirt, so I can't finish. So let me go ahead and start going and planting these. Because realistically, I think that's what I'm going to want to have. It's only 8. Hello, who is this? How are you? Also, I should probably put the water in, and then I could kind of get some stuff done down there. I could take some of the dirt and turn it into more of the dry dirt and kind of just connect it a little bit more. And I think that would look good. Or even potentially have it be that it flows out and into that. That could be good. I would need more dry dirt, so I have to make it. Well, I have some. I have 3, but... Where is that sandstone? That's sandstone. Yeah, I need to make some. I'm glad I didn't think that was dirt that I could just, like, turn. Alright, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is going to take a super duper long time. So I'm getting started. I think I want to do it like this, though. We're just going to start collecting pumpkins, and then we'll make pumpkin seeds and da-da-da-da-da. Alright, and then we'll have the ability to make pumpkin pie along with meat pie. But that's going to be that field. I'm nowhere near ready for that. I need a place for chickens that I feel is safe. I mean, these chickens exist here. Don't you guys eat corn? Yeah. I mean, I know the chicken is probably going to die to some wolves that exist over there, but for now, that's like just a chicken. It's tamed. It's not in a box. But yeah, I want to start growing pumpkins, so I'm going to start growing pumpkins. Because I realized I probably should. But yeah, you know, the more I think about it, the more I'm kind of glad I kind of sat back to wait and think. I do like the idea of using the blue wood. After all, while there is going to be camphor up top, I do intend to have a lot of azure wood, which then would give it some striking differences to any dirt. The below, much like the uniquely, just in general, kind of ified Magic Tower has its own thing going for it. I mean, I could have Stormbark trees too, and then it's just like, other than the fact that the burnt logs just kind of look like magical logs. I don't know, I think that'd be a bit much, because Stormbark tree is But yeah, I think that one's gonna come down because it was an experiment. It partially worked. I don't want to do that. I don't know. Pretty sure this gets a little bit bigger, so I'm just a little worried that because I didn't, yeah. That one came down low. What if this one not? Well, as I said, this was an experiment that that kind of went wrong. We have a whole bunch of blue wood for us to use. I don't think that one is going to, work out. Sorry. Sorry. I do love these. Because they can go anywhere. Honestly, I could probably... There we go, so these can all go up there, and then... I need dirt. Because I want to readjust the skeleton camp. It really does make it feel more kind of closed in by adding that there. And then, like I said, I want to do... What I'm going to probably do near the end is... just gather bucket after bucket for this. And like I said, I don't know. It might be, I kind of like the idea of maybe not like connecting. Maybe connecting would work too. These are clipper clappers. I want to change this. And then instead, what we could do, I'm gonna wanna... I'm glad to hear you're doing fine, Tomas. As you can see, I am changing things. The thing... Oop, I want to change it. Let's start with the dry. Oh. No. Yes. Thank goodness. Ah, that would have been so frustrating. Alright. So, as I said, I want to kind of I think, especially if I kind of do this. And then no. This does hurt. But it's fine. All right. I kind of like that. And then you could kind of just... Actually, wait, no. This is gonna be more like this. Potentially. And then changing to normal dirt here. But that's kind of more like that. And then knowing how this is gonna kind of go... A little bit like that. And then I'm gonna want to do... So I'm gonna pull this out. I could just put that down. Because that'll be used. I think that's everything. And then I could finish filling it in a little bit more. Get the builder thing later and kind of fill it in more. because I'm making decisions. I know I said I was going to work on the barracks, and that is what I was inspired originally to do. Let me go sleep. Yep, I'm home. Are you all ready? And you got... Well, I had to decide what I wanted to do with it. And beyond that, I was also just kind of working toward... It's not really procrastinating in that sense, because it's still working towards what I wanted to work towards, which is kind of just filling in these areas, right? At the top, and giving, like, reasonable reasons why, like, the areas on this side maybe wouldn't be built. So part of what I was going with that is there's just going to be a lot of water. Then I thought, for, like, over here, you could see I've already filled in for the purpose of later adding the water in, right? Yeah, pick like that. For now, I'm just gonna put this here. I'll come back for them. There. And then having it splash down and in. I need to decide how I want this to go. I'll probably fill this section in later, but for now, this can just be filled in like this. Alright. So then I'm going to want to get some more of... There. For filling in purposes here. I don't think the water will fall there, so... Let me look at this. Overall, I don't think it's going to be too bad anyway. I just want to make sure it's not going to fall. Yeah, because it's going to fall here, but it will not fall there. It definitely wouldn't fall there. So, yeah, that could be kind of brought in. Whereas here, I'm pretty sure that's got a decent chance of it falling into. Yeah, because it's got up to there. So yeah, if it falls... Although if it falls here, it shouldn't fall down here, so it should be okay to put... that which I've already run out of. And I'm almost out of the other Plant fiber. I need one. I have to hope I have enough. Yeah, I just need one. Alright. If I could... Ow. I just did that. I need to get more plant fiber to fix that. I don't understand why these don't stick. But this one does, other than maybe that this is dry dirt. And the other is a path block, but still I feel like if one is the... Alrighty. Alright, I don't need a lot though. Refill, put the water in, and then that should be good. Alright. Thank you for the sub, Chris. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The gift sub. Thank you, thank you. How are you this evening? As you can see, I've made some... I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Decisions here. Yeah. I think... I actually think that's fine to kind of have it be... there. No. Yeah, I think it's gonna just have to be like that, and then I kind of feel more like it's kind of falling in. I'm feeling okay. I just wanted to kind of... I know I'm changing all my stuff, which is probably seems a little counterintuitive, but it's because I really wanted to kind of sort of... I realized I wanted... How do I put this? I realized that I wanted to have some more... I wanted water up top. And I'm kind of trying to go with the idea that it looks like the water in the lake, to some extent, is filled by up here. It's gonna be a waterfall. And then that would pour into there. Once I fill in all the water, I'm gonna remove all the stuff. I thought that might just look better. You know? Also, I was waiting on my tree to grow because I realized I wanted to have my... Have you seen my, my wizard tower? And this is where I started. I think it's grown. I can't tell, though. I want to give it one more time, like a little bit longer, but I think it's grown. Don't think I have enough. Cool. So you can see I'm adding, pillars. Coming back in, I was just kind of left with, I felt like it needed something to it. It looked odd. So I'm adding Stormbark, but I was just waiting for the Stormbark tree to grow, and then I realized I put the wrong tree up. And I was also just kind of trying to decide how I wanted the barracks to come out, because I do want them to be more, I do need to eventually cut this one down, because this is going to be my path over. I built that, I grew that for the other, but it's like, these actually look kind of good, so I don't want to move. So I'm trying to start kind of, sort of growing. I just did that. I have made it across, by the way. I didn't just do that thinking, like, I think I'm just specifying here, I did know that whatever. Alright, give me arrows from you. But I didn't just, like, think that I could, ow. I'd just be stealing all this stuff. Mostly because I want to kind of clear this out. Anyway, I wasn't sure shape-wise how I wanted to go about it. And I was trying to decide, like, texture-wise what I would want and stuff. Crude ones. Feels weird. Wait, I don't want the full yet. I kind of want to steal these. They look a little funky, but you know, they're kind of worth. For, adding texture. And I'm pretty sure I have to cut these down anyway. Wait, these are really long anyway. I'm realizing I might have to just take this down. I was hoping it worked more like, trees, but apparently these structures do not. Oh well. I messed up there. Alright, the moment we're just gonna chuck all this in here. Thank you. Okay. That clears all that out. Anyway, I was gonna say is I do want to bring this up, obviously, for a few reasons. When I say obviously, I don't think it's that obvious. I think So I want the building for the actual, like a barracks kind of thing over here. But I do want to bring up here to kind of fill that in anyway. And I know I don't have enough dirt. This is just to kind of start. Actually, I don't even need to do that. Yeah, there really is never enough dirt. At least I figured out a way around the less desirable, how do I put this? The trees, right? For growing trees without, dirt. So that's a happiness moment. Alright, so as far as this goes, then I would want to kind of pull this in here. And then into here, potentially. But I don't think I want to roll the top part in that far. To kind of start getting that built. So that would kind of cover that up. I mean, even if the monster were to respawn, at least I don't think it should. But I'm gonna probably better do some stuff to keep it from respawning. For now, I've kind of got where the guy will... I can see where he spawns. I would like to see that, basically. And then... Alright, I'm gonna take the items... I'm actually gonna steal these. This needs to come down. I probably want to flatten this out so I can put an actual building on here. I wonder if the wolf is still down there. Doesn't look like it. Shame, because that was keeping that wolf from spawning. I was hopeful that it would. stay because that would mean then I basically got him trapped, but it doesn't look like he's kind of. I need to figure out a way to keep the. There's gotta be a way to prevent, you know, mobs from spawning, right? Other than the obvious. So, Chris, did you see the cushions? The Minecraft cushions thing? You? That is true. I do feel like that feels more first thing in the update that actually feels Minecrafty. And it turns out it's not 2 months before they started working on other month actually. Alright. Not important. But I thought they were cool looking. And at least they kind of fit the concept of Minecraft. Or, they really do. Like I said, the biggest thing that I didn't like about them seemingly taking inspiration from Hytale, let's put it that way, is it just doesn't really fit the Minecraft aesthetic, but this does, and then finding out that apparently there's a potential that they, were inspired by a mod maker trying to, they were going to have as a Bedrock exclusive cushions that work exactly like this. Slightly different design. I'm just like, what the heck? And that had been discussed, like, right. I'm sure that it's like completely separate, but it's just like, and the mod maker, at least it's a mod, right? And the mod maker doesn't mind, and I think that's fine. Or think that it's crazy, you know, it's just a surprise. But it is like if it is the case, though they swear it's not. I don't know. I think it's they always say it's not. No, I do agree. I'm not like, how to put this? I'm not being like judgmental or anything. But it is funny, like I was thinking, oh, you know, at least they've, you know, this one, it feels like, yeah, this feels Minecrafty. So they do know how to do something Minecrafty. Cool. Or rather, they still know how to do that kind of thing. It's just like, I think if I was them, I would have talked to the mod developer potentially. Even if it was their own inspiration, right? And they came up with it all on their own, conveniently after. I think they should have still probably talked to, if nothing else, to, you know, be like, could you please not, like, mention this? Because that would be smarter, because realistically, it's gonna get out there. And well, they have a history, which does not help their case. Like I said, I don't think so much as it's like, and as I'm putting, I'm not like saying that they should like be like, I'm saying more along the lines of this is going to be similar, right? They could even still claim it was their own thing they were already working on. Especially since this... I don't know. Because it honestly, I would argue, makes them look worse. Right? And, like, for those who are going to... Especially, like, I would say, I think to me, what I would say is I feel like, especially since apparently where they would have heard about it would have been that, like I said, this would have been exclusive to the marketplace version of the mod, right? It was being discussed. All that really means is then slowly but surely people will stop sharing, right? What they're planning to add, because it makes it like, yeah, I'd at least like to get it out there, you know? So I would argue it's... And yeah, all it really potentially would have required, especially since these guys don't seem to have necessarily even minded, it, maybe, just, you know, deal with it in advance. I think that's part of why I in a lot of ways do prefer Hytale, because at least it's like they can be going and being honest about just, well, yeah, this came from this. It also makes it better later because, in all honesty, especially if you are working, like taking something specific, and heck, let's say it was added to a different game first, they may have started with a mod. But like, imagine they try to take a vintage story mod, right? Or one of the mods from that. This is where I'd say this would be, that's already been turned into a game. So those things would then now become potentially things that aren't just copying a mod that is popular, but a game. And I do think... I'm not, like, trying to be negative. I just think... This is where communication is useful. Anyway, it doesn't matter that much. I just thought it was interesting. And I like the cushions, and I think it makes sense to add. Right? So I don't think it's the end of the world, necessarily. And yeah, considering it is a mod, potentially, or rather, had the potential to turning into one. Slightly different design, but I mean, that's what they do. Yeah. That's more where I go with it, is less like just, and more just kind of like, this is where communication's important. Heck, the dungeons too, part of why people weren't happy was because this was looking like it was for the main game, and then it turned out it was just about dungeons too. And then, I mean, as you know, pretty much nothing from like the Dungeons game or Legends or anything has ever made it in general, unless it came first. Two, it has not made it to the main game, really. Or something that's effectively in general, because I've seen people trying to argue, no. Spears came from it, so therefore it must mean that it's just like, no. Dimension spears are a basic weapon that, in theory, they should have probably added years ago. I think that's the biggest thing. There's communication, and then there's pretending communication. or rather, like, pretending that there's communication when there really isn't. And in all honesty, I think that's one of the biggest things that has kind of pushed me away from Minecraft. Is it's just especially because it's like every time they do a live, they're trying to prove, look, we're totally communicating with you guys or paying attention to what you're saying, and then effectively showing how much they're not. It turns me off the game. More than anything else. Like, you don't necessarily have to be listening, you know? But be honest. About it. Don't try to pretend that you're totally, like... Because eventually it's gonna roll around and it's not gonna be pretty. Specifically, like, trying to prove, and then, yeah. Anyway, but no, I actually think overall, though, they do fit. And stylistically, at least it's something Minecrafty. Of course, they're already kind of nerfing it on Bedrock. Because it's too overpowered. Can't have LED lighting. With them. Which is odd. Odd choice. But no, I think they're cool. I think overall, I do think they're cool. Alright, I need to know where the skeleton guys spawn specifically, and I need... I actually think I have something up there that'll do it. I need more dirt too. Anyway. But yeah, I am... He has not spawned back in. Alright. As I said, I do think I want to remove this top bit here. I feel this is a little bit too high. Tall. Alright. There we go. Alright. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. I suppose here's the question. Is this better, or is having it all flat across better? better? Well, not like flat. I feel like this would be better to have up to here and then have something here. Flat across. Well, I was more meaning like shape-wise for the building and all that. Like, I think I'm going to wanna... I do wanna kinda... This is pulled across here. That's where I'm gonna wanna have that be. Yeah, you're down there. I need to figure out where that is and dig into the mountain until I get there. So, like, I know I should probably remove this, to be clear. I think I should specify. I wasn't meaning, like, just all hilly, because that doesn't really work for a building kind of thing anyway. Let's try to Yeah, I need a new one. Or I could just repair it again. I probably should repair it again. So, like, if it was this flat for the most part... Actually, the building being back here and, like, bringing this could be good. Because then that way you kind of have where this area up here is, preventing the view, I guess. If I was to flatten back here and have all the things back there. Sorry, I'm trying to decide. What I think would be better. What do you think? So if we assumed everything was at this level, back here, but then you allow for, to some extent, kind of having some of this curvature up here to cover. I'm not saying, like, completely and totally. Yeah. Do I have any? I do. So that kind of goes like that as well, and then that could be pulled up. Especially since I think this building isn't going to look very exciting. I want it to actually be made of stone, I think. Rather than the chalk that everything else is made of in the, other than the Wizard Tower, of course, but Wizard Tower is a very unique experience, right? Because then that also allows that to be a more grubby style building in its own way. Well, not interfering with how the town looks. Because, well, yes, the Wizard Tower is going to have different appearance in general. Rather does, in fact. Part of where that works out for having it be visible is it kind of is very fantastical. Whereas here, this is just kind of... Okay, so he spawns on that rock. You are useless. It gave me a bow to turn into other stuff. Crap. He just, like, appeared right here, right? He wasn't even on his camp. That makes it a lot harder to remove him without a tree. If he really does spawn there, I'll put a tree on top. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of the town effectively being, to some extent, considered like just pretty and da-da-da and all that, right? And then you'd have this area that is very much not. Speaking of, let me look at what do we have here? So for the middle here, I should have it at 1642. $193 is the one I'm aiming for. Okay. Because we want to take this back and behind here. So that should be the middle. Oh, sorry, this is probably dark. Alright. Yeah. And then I needed to go to... I think 6-3 or 1-3. Yeah, 1-6-4. This is 4-2-4-1, right? No, 4-4. 4-3-4-4. 1-6-4-4. Oh, and that is going to be something later. I have to actually build it though. Wait, what? Oh. So we want this to go here. Oh, I can hear the guy even. Dang. Do I have anything on me I can just chuck? No. Yes. I'm pretty sure the skeleton is right above me, by the way. Yeah, I know you're there. Alright. So then that's the way up. I'm gonna actually go ahead and turn some of this into stuff I can actually use. I forgot to actually, you know, finish my tower here. Let me go do that. And as I've said, I'm going to probably spend the last little bit of time trying to kind of sort of fill in the water. Have it flow down and flow in. It'll take time. It'll take a lot. But I think it'll look good. Alright, the problem here is going to be... Well, actually, it's not going to be a problem because I can still climb up. Because it's right here. Oops, I did that one. That should be enough. Ta-da! Obviously, I need to put an actual roof on the top here and stuff here, but I do want that to kind of be more like that. Of course, I could just make these be the storm bark on the top. Although I'm going to want lighting below. I don't know. Remove these at least. Ow. And as I said, I would think I want to make the this have a water down. I do love how that looks. It's so crystally. It feels sparkly. Alright, as I said, part of what I'm trying to kind of do is just fill in some of these areas and stuff at the top to kind of give, like, reasons for things being the way they are and stuff. Right now I'm not working with this, so this can go in here. I've got a whole bunch, as can that, because that's not necessary. I'm not working with this at the moment, so it can go in here. And that can go in there. Actually, I should probably just gather these and put them where they go. There. Makes it easier to fill this in. Now I just gotta think about how I want this to be. Oh, also I need to do this. I suppose one of the things I can do here... I don't think I'm gonna need more than that. I kind of like how these look. So we got that like that. We can do that. And then I would want ladders. Solid ladders is fine. I'll do. And then beyond that, I need something for the actual floor, I guess. I'm trying to decide what I want to do. I have volcanic rubble, but I don't really want to use it. I don't want to use the basalt. Honestly, if we take this here and we just flatten these, that should make for a decent that, and then you can have these be. It's more grungy, right? Alright. So first things first, I'm gonna actually try to build up the wall. Teeny tiny build. So I can just climb up there and I don't have to figure out how to get up. Alright. I don't know how this is gonna be on the inside. It's probably gonna have something... I need to do. You can see that I need to have this side as well. Let me go... ahead and leave that alone for a minute. Alright, and I do want these to be the supports, I think. Because I feel like... Alright, knowing that's gonna be there like that, Alright, so for barracks... I actually think I want this to come in two... Pull down... And I actually want to bring it all the way over to there. And I do actually like the idea of kind of connecting. This allows for this to be quite a large building that's in general going to have several different functions rather than just one. Right? And I'll probably bring that down to the same level. I need to go repair this anyway. I got it. Okay. Just remember what goes up here. This goes up here and... This goes up here. Alright. But the idea would be... Because I just kind of like the idea of... I don't know. That whole of aiming for efficiency, even if it doesn't make it feel efficient when you stop and think about it. But the space efficiency, I guess. And as I said, part of why I want to have the water more along the top is to kind of imply they basically, it's like, without effectively, sorry about this, draining the, figuring out where draining the water, kind of thing, which who knows what that would do. But you really couldn't do any more mining than there is already. Frog spooked me. I thought it was a skeleton, and I'm like, no, I don't have anything on me. I actually thought it was a spider, but, you know. Oh, crap. My weapon's not on me. Anyway, yeah, we're just gonna repair it. And my armor is next to dead. But no. Like I said, part of it is just really and truly I wanted to feel like, I don't know. Effectively holding one space altogether. And as I said, part of what I want to do here is I need to fill the water in. I'm probably going to start doing that soon instead, because it's going to take a lot of water, but once I've done that, it's going to all be good. And then I'd have a little bridge over it. And then I want to do the same thing kind of in here as well, potentially. Alright. And I don't necessarily want to completely remove this. I do want to remove that, though. Ironically, I'm gonna get some of the blocks I needed back. So as I said, I want to turn this into part of this building. There we go. Alright. Which, by the way, would also be, with the water, a good defensive mechanism, because obviously, you dig into the side and you have no idea what's there, there's a high chance you're going to be, well, hit by who knows how much water pressure. Alright, at least that's the idea. Oh, I am out of room. Of course I am. Well, I can go dump the sticks. I still don't know if it's worked or not. Because it'll take longer for it to spawn back in. We can check those both in there. Also, what? Oh, flowers up in there. But even then, if I just was there and it just kind of spawns in. That's a good thing to kind of have as, um, you know. What did I pick up? Oh, got those grass plants. Well, I have room for dirt. Alright. What am I carrying on me? Not much. Oh, I missed this one. Hmm. Do I have anything else in here that I could stick here? Actually, yes. Um, yeah. I mean, I'm not just gonna be. I'm actually potentially gonna have enough here to really be able to use it up here too, potentially, which would be cool, because then that could look like a bit of dusty dirt around some mud. I'm almost out of room still. Alright, there. Um, I mean, this isn't really necessary, so it can just kind of be removed. I would leave this piece up here to... Yeah, boys, I think that kind of works. Or maybe I just get out some of the dirt here and just kind of fill this in like this. And then it will grow and that'll kind of work in its favor. I think to where this kind of would go, I think this would be fine. To just fill into here. Having no room for anything. Alright, I don't think there's anything over on this side, right? Yeah. Alright, so... I actually think I'm gonna take this and go ahead and go fill that out. For the, market. I just did that. I just did that! Yeah, I did. I did not do that, though. That was the game. So I kind of like the idea of doing that instead there. And then I'll add some more plant life into that. And then on the other side, I had already said I wanted this to be, filling this in. And I might put something in there. It kind of looks like a place you could have a tent, so I might... Kinda... do this like this. And then I can have something along the front here and kind of just have a tent back here. That makes it feel more special, I guess. I'm gonna go dump stuff. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't expecting to I mean, I kind of like the amount. Again, it's that whole I don't really want to know. As if I did, I would not be happy. Check those all in there because I already had a bunch of that. I did not have that on now because I've used them, but do I have any life essence on me? No. Can't get that out of my inventory. Alright, and grabbing a tiny bit of life essence here. Welcome back, Isaac. I guess a good shower. Alright, so getting some more dry dirt. Here. So I did end up using it up, so there's that. And then I probably want to put one like in here. That's like 2. I kind of want to put one in here. in there. And now that I've kind of expanded all the way out to here, this would absolutely be a good spot for that in a more appropriate way. So that would allow for that to fill in better. There we go. That should feel more full. I should probably add more plant life back into this area as well. Beyond that, I do want to kind of fill this in. I haven't decided what I would want to put here. I might put another tree. Allowing the grass to kind of fill in for the moment, I think would be best. I already knew I needed to fill this in, honestly. There we go, and then... There. So I'll turn to grass. I'll probably add another tree here. That'll allow for that to feel more kind of filled in. And as I've said, I think I want to put back here some gardening plots as well. For probably herbal ingredients that are not, that wouldn't be dealt with by the magic tower. So that is something I'm thinking. I am walking around with this, so I am going to go ahead and go finish the I'm not gonna like decorate it yet, obviously, because that's for later. Alright. I think this might actually, no, it's just a chunk of chalk. Alright, so... Yeah, that guy's up there. Come on down, buddy. Or not. You come on? No? Alright. So I know where that is now, so it'll be easier to... I'm going to go up top, and then from the top, I'm going to set up how I want the back wall. And where I want it. I just wasn't sure where things were. Alright. Alright, if the build comes in like that, the back wall has to be... here. Now. It's actually on this wall. So, first things first, let's remove all of this. That makes this more complicated, but that's okay, actually, because if that's there, and it's going up there, I can actually just do this. Right? Alright, so we have here this like this. This. Alright, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Then that's like that. Then that allows for that to be like that, and then you can have this part of the building be slightly different, I guess? Something to it, I don't know. Though this isn't... I don't need this anymore. Alright, so I guess the question then becomes what would I do with the rest of the... But I think the rest of it would just be... Because I like the idea... Hmm. But much like the rest of it. I'll have to figure that one out. I do need to go sleep. I might get some more, but I think that would work. And then this part of the building can be technically separate, but still part of it. Well, I mean, it is, but because I kind of like the idea, like I said, over here would be more like training. But I didn't stop him from spawning in. It'd be awkward. So he might just be spawning in with a... I know I've done something to get him to stop spawning, but I don't know what I've got to do that. Over there. Alright. I'm gonna finish the way up and kind of setting up the way the building's gonna look. Or be on the outside, but then I'm gonna be moving back to doing the water. So I actually think I want that to be my... what I finish with. I did that. Again. I'll eat once I'm inside. I know I've got a minute. I'll be fully healed before it even gets to the sleeping part, but even if it wasn't, I mean, I would heal anyway. Alright. Yeah. Well, mostly healed. Alright. Like I said, we're gonna start by finishing the one thing. I should probably be smarter to start from below than above. Actually, I do want that to go there, I think. That way that kind of keeps that from having anything. Alright. I'm gonna build this up. And I mean, it is large, but the idea would be that technically there'd be some other way up. For now, it's just a ladder. Um, okay. And then it will come up. Yeah, I did that. I did that. Alright. 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 Let me remove this one the rest of the way. Alright. So what I'm thinking is this can actually be the back side. But having like a little thing here. There. Um, and see, this is where I'm not sure if I would want to bring that down a little bit over here, because obviously this needs to be for the building. I'm gonna mark on this side how far this is gonna come out. Probably. So I would like this to kind of come to probably at least maybe here for these buildings. And then need to kind of take it down. I guess it could be here. And I'm not like going for even or odd or anything. I'm just literally going for it would be a large building for all the things that would be needing. Ideally. Let me see where is this land in comparison to the yeah, okay, so here. So I'm kind of trying to come to here. Because the idea here would be that there's a little, like, something extra here, probably, is what I'm going for. A desk area. Anywhere that goes down low enough. Oh, that's not it. That is not it. But I've gone all the way over to here. I don't think I'm carrying anything on me. Yeah. I've got a decent idea of what I want to do, though, so I think... that's filled in enough for tonight, because I'm not gonna finish with that. Although, ironically, I can just kind of come to here and then... I just don't want to destroy the grass. I see what happened. Although, ironically, I think this is in the right... Because I went from here... Let's see what I was looking at, which is here. But yeah, that is correct. Alright. Okay, I went through all of them. 2, 3, 4. I'll go up the full 5. That I've been doing for a lot of buildings. The reason why I would do that, and I'll probably carve out a bit there. Actually, I have a reason to do that. Weirdly enough, which is that, and then what I would want to do here. Perfect. And then I would have something spectacular along the back here. Stairs, probably. Yeah, so I guess I could use the. Sorry to hear that. And then you would have that like that. True, I guess. Yeah, that is life. I suppose. Sudden change back, I can feel sympathy and understand. That does not sound pleasant. Alright, as I said, I do... Maybe I'll put something different around the actual... more than what I've already done. I suppose technically I should probably also do the same thing in the front. Don't think I can do this one right now. Yeah. Get it started. But the whole point of this building being the way it is kind of, like I said, part of it is just meant to be, I want it to feel like they basically just fit all of the different parts of this all into one building. Other than obviously the actual training and all that. Because space is a thing. Alright, I got time. I am gonna go clear my inventory. Those trees grow exactly the same. Stop. I do too. As I said, I kind of wanted this to feel more... Fair enough. Um... I mean, if you think about it, technically this whole thing is built into the side of... Or the inside of, like, stuff, so there's that. I guess. I don't have any. Like, yeah. I'll come back at a later date. I do too. Was actually pretty happy that when they ended up adding a whole bunch of blocks, and for the chalk, the fact that it comes out as just blue roofs, I really do like that a lot. I do know, yeah. I also know that part of why they've done a lot of like modding contests was to also try and find people to hire for those things. To fill in the areas that they needed filling. I think it's actually pretty smart. Effectively, it's to try and find future employees. But yeah, where did I get the... I mean, I do like the game. But I mean, it made sense, because it's like, yeah. Find what you do not have, you know? Or currently need help with. Not that they can't do it, but... Honestly, I think the only thing that I have issues with ever... Well, I do agree. My only issue is the E button being to send everything in. Because, you know, I've played enough Minecraft that it just kind of... I forgot my buckets. You know what, mister? You're still gonna die. Go get those buckets. But no, I mean, that's my only issue, but that's more because, like I said, years of... Well, that's fair. I've had to do... because just, you know, a stream, I do both. No, I haven't tried that. But what I was going to say is part of why it feels more natural, also, is something that a lot of people don't really think about, but it makes sense. Because Minecraft is the weird game, overall. right? Because things like tab and control are typically reversed on pretty much every other game in general, right? Typically, and rather tab and all that stuff, it actually does, I'm sure. But all I was saying is I do think it makes sense because it is, like I said, more in line with other games that you're more like, that you might play alongside Minecraft. Minecraft's actually the one that's got like the wonky one. Literally. Thievery. I could probably get more buckets, but I'm not starting with that. But no, I mean, that's what it really kind of comes down to. So, of course, this is going to feel much more comfortable because realistically, just about any other, like flipping between games, this is going to feel more in line with what you're doing. Whereas Minecraft, honestly, is very much not. Like, oftentimes with other voxel-based games, it's also more, it's again that whole, they tend to follow the more traditional kind of scheme. Control scheme. Well, traditional maybe isn't the right word, but like tab for inventory. Well, yeah, I kind of pointed out part of where I think that really kind of comes in, especially with like exploration. It's not anything huge or like fancy, so you would think it would be for something like that, you know? I only even really realized because I like building stuff, right? And the answer is, it's actually kind of surprising, but it's the detail. Minecraft lacks detail. In a real way. It doesn't feel like it should, mind you. But that's really where it comes down to it. And like, part of like why would the grass feel like there's more like a grassy feel? Because there's literally like typically a couple different types of grass. Typically a minimum of 3 to 5 being used anywhere. And then for yeah, the wind, having wind. Like if you look around, like the trees, honestly, having all these little knobbly bits, which I wish I could make, but having them just on the natural trees makes the trees feel more natural. It's not afraid of having shapes other than squares. I think that's part of where I kind of go with it. But I mean, you can look here. This grass is all like in bushes and all that are pretty natural. Having like, and I think the biggest thing though that really helps is, I would say one of the things is just the way bushes are. If you look at them, they're not small. They're actually tall, like all the way up your body. But no, I think... And in all honesty, it's also why I would say it doesn't necessarily quite feel like it would be like modded Minecraft either when you stop and look at it. Sure, it's got a lot of similar details, but realistically, yeah. I mean, I just had to learn how to make it work, but once I did, it was fine. So I do get you. But having shape, having... I think... There's things I would say Minecraft does better too. Having more variety to the wood, having like where each wood type has a variety. Although, to some extent, that is hindering them now because they're so trying to have all the colors that it kind of falls apart. But yeah, the little things, because basically now every tree is a shade of gray, which I don't think that's great. Because that's not filling in the places that need filling. But yeah, the chest has texture, the different types of chests. And there's multiple different types of chests that do different things. The lighting sources, well, I'd like to have more like hanging lantern style things. Realistically, heck, having the ability to have like a little doll, books that kind of just can be on the ground, those are things that help fill, which a lot of mods do, but eh. But like for base vanilla game, part of why it would feel flat is they just don't have these things. You don't have a mug, you have only got the glass bottles. So the glass bottles are... And there's no 3D shape to it, so you don't get to make... Like, the best you can do is basically use flower pots, right? Of course, here we've got mugs, and we've got both. Tankards. And the ability to put something down does a lot. It allows for more variety and just looking around. And I'm sure they would argue it's less creative, but frankly speaking, being able to put my bucket down and be able to know that's my bucket so I can pick it up later is useful. I mean, I know now they're trying to argue, no, that's not what they ever said, but let's be real. It fits the remote. But heck, I mean, the idea of being able to put down food, that you just kind of have something. You can have that kind of stuff around and really have some shape to it. Details are what make a scene. And well, I wish we could have these for ourselves. Having them when you enter a building, yeah. When you look around, it adds depth. It makes it feel more... I know it's not really alive in here, but alive. Having the different crystals, having that these statues are broken down, it tells a story. And I think that's the other thing I would say. Hytale isn't afraid to tell a story with its little bits here and there, right? But Minecraft is. That also makes it feel flat because it has no history. And I'm not like... saying like they're evil for that or anything. I'm just saying it really does change things. And typically it's something that's, well, important. Yeah. But having those in the background makes your arena or whatever you're in, right? In this case, have, like, it feels like there's something to it. It'll make it feel more like, yeah, there's something there. Yeah. But that's why I would say that's why it feels flat. And a good example is they're totally not inspired by Hytale. I know I removed the camp, but like the camp and the poplar. And the biggest, I would say one of the biggest things to me that really says that they're kind of taking inspiration. One of them right here, as you can see there. Because those are shelf mushrooms. But they're not like going all in, they're just like kind of. And the other one, I would really say, like, I do feel like I've said this. At first I felt like it was probably copying oh, the biomes you go, right? Whatever it's called. Oh, the biomes we've been, I think is what it is. And you know, I mean, it's like, yeah, okay. But it's everything else along with it that really makes me think it's more just coming over here a second. Matching to that biome. And on its own, it's like, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily think anything like, yeah, with everything. Including, ironically, this is literally called a red bush. But the thing is, and with the orange and everything, the color of orange specifically, if you start looking through, but it just feels more drab because it's missing all of this. It doesn't have a whole bunch of ferns littered here and there. It doesn't have bushes up the wazoo. It's mostly just, it's got a little bit, but not a lot. So it feels flat. And like I said, I honestly at first thought it was more the other biomes, but then the more I thought about it, or really just like just the more they showed off with it. The cushions, though, I mean, well, they have a chance at being original. But, like, I'm very specifically kind of just going through and saying, look, it's not that it's, like, good or bad or anything. It's just, when you look at it, you can start seeing things. And then beyond that, seeing kind of where the other is lacking. I said, Minecraft does its own things that I like as well. I mean, usually. Sort of. Alrighty. Hello, mister. Yes, you're right. I am working. I just want to kind of get something done real quick. I'm almost done. Well, I say almost. I'm about 10 minutes away from being done. Hopefully. Meester. Yeah, he is looking for keys. Easter. Why are you... I don't mind you cuddling in, even though it gets a little annoying, but, like, honey... I need to be able to see. Or this is going to take longer. Yeah. Zebuna. He is sitting in front of me. Trying to make me finish. Because he thinks that will help. In reality, it makes it take longer. Yeah. He's a sweetie. I need to add more greenery on that side. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, I do get that. I do. Fair enough. But yeah, this little critter next to me right now is a fluffy cat. He's a sweetie, but he does not like me doing other things other than paying attention to him, unless he wants to sleep. It makes things difficult. Yeah, I wonder why. Why would it be difficult, buddy? Yeah, I love you too. I do. Yeah. Oof. Honey, what are you doing? Honey, what are you doing? Please don't. That is so annoying. I just had a thought. Considering we can, like, put down and collect this. Maybe. It'd be funny if you could just kinda... Nope. It is frozen here. It's kinda weird. I mean, technically I could probably jump into the water and then jump into the water. Well, not really jump into the water, but you know. But the other thing that also helps, I would say, by the way, with Hytale not feeling as flat, despite effectively having less content overall, by the way, is the music. Constant. Mostly constant. At the edge of your ear, if not like full on being listened to. There's a skeleton over there. I don't think so. As I said, I don't know if you've noticed the type of games I tend to play. Fair enough. Hello, night. I ended up doing something else other than the barracks, but no. I just am stealing it from the temple. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna finish that and then I'm gonna do the top part, and then from there I just wanted to kind of do something a little different. I've started working on the top part more. Fair. Anyway, I do a lot of building type games, Isaac, is more where I was going with it. I do some other types of games, but I'm not... I don't know how to put it. I suppose the best way to put it is I tend to play games that are single player. I don't got anyone else to play with. Would be another way to put it. Well, I'm not against doing other kinds of games. I'm just saying I'm less likely to be aware of games more like that. That's all. So then, yeah, I'm still aware, but well, there are several I'm not. And I'm sure. Like I said, I just fair enough. All I was saying was I'm very much end up not knowing. Yes. That has to some extent happened, yes. I'm not gonna pretend otherwise. Kind of interesting to see what's at the bottom here. But yeah, I'm not like trying to do that. I just end up being the aspect I kind of end up getting into. I mean, although I guess you haven't been here, Night, but I've been playing a game called well, I'm sure there's a lot of good games out there that have really good soundtracks. But I do not doubt. I do not doubt at all. And there are, well, I don't specifically know that one. Like I said, I have listened to the soundtracks of many a game because they tend to be good. But at the same time, I will admit the only way to prevent me from turning into I will build things somehow is to have it not be an option in the first place. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not against combat in general. As I've said, I mean, I guess you weren't here tonight, because, like, I have been playing, and I played some of a game called, Void Loop. And that one is a little bit more combat-ish. Kinda. But realistically, in the end, part of, like, what makes it, yeah. It's more of a, how do I put it? Gameplay-wise, it's more, what's the name? Roguelite? Wait, how's this looking from the bottom? It's kind of working. I got the rest of the water in, and I think that'll kind of work. Yeah. That's basically how it is. I've done that twice this past week. Because I wanted to do something different, and I picked up a bunch of games during the summer sale. And that was just happened to be one of them. Well, I say a bunch. I picked up a couple games. Because I know that, like, it can get a little dull just seeing effectively Minecraft, Hytale, Solarpunk. Alright, we're doing this again. The hell's not respawned? Anyway, I'm not being, like, I'm not, like, trying to make you guys be stuck watching that, just that. So I did end up picking up a couple of games. And in all honesty, I know I should probably go back to the Minecraft. Modded Minecraft. But at some point, I kind of also would like a, I don't know. Probably a new mod. Kind of cool looking like this. Also, I think the sun is setting, so I do need to head back. Anyway. Like I said. But I just kind of have been inspired by vanilla in a long time. You know, Oh, he's back. Kinda. I mean, the real reason why that's happening like that is because technically I don't think it's supposed to be able to do that. But I would guess that they are leaving it as a potential option. Right? Because obviously there's no way to get renewable water at the moment. I mean, that's my guess. I mean, maybe they just haven't noticed it. But that's where I would go with it, is I'd be like, yeah. Until... And by renewable, I don't mean, obviously, like, the infinite water. I don't think that's necessarily... I've said it before, I don't think that's where they should go. I actually think I should probably fill this in more. I didn't realize how high up this was. And I don't want it to pour off the side, because that would look weird. And that is what I would really say. I think... Well, there's elements I think they could match. I do think one of the ones that would be weird would, weirdly enough, be... the infinite water, which doesn't necessarily feel like it should be. I just did that. That's fine. I'm gonna go grab some, chalk. While I'm doing that, let me eat. But, I think that's kind of more where I would, keep saying, yeah. Argue it can do... I mean, that's starting to look pretty good. Anyway, as I said, I would like to, I think, kind of... Nope. Alright. This is what I was worried about. I thought I'd done all my calculations correctly, but I hadn't. what I'm gonna do here... Yeah, I know I'm messing this up, but... Alright, so I can see that's what I'm removing. I'm gonna fix that once I go... sleep. Thank you. Because I don't want that to be like that. I want it to be its own thing. I'm gonna fix the water up. But you can see I've already started work over here as well. I just haven't done too much with it because I mostly wanted to kind of change this up, as I said, because I want it to be, I've started kind of trying to work in the, I don't know how to put it. The gate? I'm not sure what you mean. Not planning to get stuck again? Alright, I need this. Okay, this will work. Yeah, it's not happening. Alright. Once I've removed all these blocks, this should all be good. In all honesty, I should probably start from here and pull down. And then I could change the one at the top as well. A little. Or come back up here a second. Alright, There, so it's like that. And then just remove. There. I think that'll do it. Yeah, I'm still not sure what you meant by the gate, so I'm kind of just trying to. All right, so. Oh. I mean, I think it's fine. Alright, I'm gonna go get more water. I mean, I don't really need to because I kind of just need to finish off a little bit on the bottom there, but I would like to get more and more thing of water, I think, to just kind of have that. I mean, yeah, because that's how I keep my animals in. Right? What? Whatever. Wait, where did I go? Is he below me? No, come back. Fair enough. Where did he go? Um. Well, probably gonna regret this because then it's gonna be there when I get back. But you know what? Whatever. I need the water. Because he spawned in. I managed to get away. Let's see, this is what I need. I'm coming for you, fishies. I mean, in reality, I think they're just... I think they're smart enough not to die? I don't know. Plus, they're basically immortal here, so, you know, they'll just swim through without even noticing there's a problem. Honestly, I'd like those statues. he's back, right? No. Where is he gone? I think I somehow caused my guy to stop spawning? But I don't know how. Like, he spawned in, I was like, yeah, okay, I'll deal with him when I get back, but I didn't actually kill him. As evidenced by no loot. This is weird. Maybe, like, end up somehow, like, on top? No? Odd. Oh well. Well, I'm just gonna put a little bit... I'm not gonna do, like, the rest of the water that I need to put in here. Because that's not what this is about. I just wanted to make sure I had all the basic water in. Which I'm pretty sure I do now. Well, that's not gonna change anything by putting that there, really. Ba 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 ba. So I can go through and see that's all solid. I'll probably start next, like, I think tomorrow, possibly, with getting the rest of this all filled in. I just wanted to, fill it in. Alright. And then what I'm gonna do here, because these all have already been filled in, because I don't really want it showing. Alright, and I can fix this side. There, I'll fix. Because then that makes this no longer show there, really. Right? Alright. then I'm gonna grab a few plants and fill out the back there a little bit, and then that should be pretty good. I'm not claiming it is. In real life. But remember, this to be a video game. Alright, I do want to put one... Actually, no, wait. I could put one of these here. I've got one there. Alright, filling that in a little bit more there. Cool. Well, under normal circumstances, this wouldn't really be what I'm kind of going for. I just wanted it to feel a little bit more filled in, I guess. Fascinating. Alright, I think I have... Oh, they're up top. I could put it in a normal bush. They're a little thicker here. That's moss. Do I have... I swear I gathered some up. Hello, buddy. I am finishing, I promise. I'm getting the last little bit, buddy. Some. Alright, I know what I want. I'm just gonna go grab some. Apparently I don't have them on me. Or anywhere else. I must have them in the other house. We have, like, both physical and, digital board games in the house here. Pony. Yeah, some of these. I can't figure out where the others went. I know I've put them somewhere. But not where. Honey, I'm almost done, I promise. You can't tell because you're a cat. Let me think. Maybe one of these here. Could add more flowers, but that's about it. The other thing I don't really like is this here. No, I know. Notice why I put it. The only thing I'm even thinking about is like maybe one flower. Two flowers. That's it. Adding back a little bit of color. Because I had to remove some flowers, so I kind of need to put them back in. Like literally, that's what I did. But what I would want to do, I think, is instead remove that. Instead, put that. The bush can go here instead. And then I'd like to add one of these in, because I did have one. Here. See? A little better. I'd like to be able to see. Yes, the more you sit in front of me, the longer I will literally take. I'm stuck, to be clear. I have a cat in my lap. He wanted fluffy cuddles. Until, you know, he got them, but... I mean, like, to be fair here, it's typically meant to be seen like this. Or as a background thing. So it's not like it's meant to be, like, some foreground thing. It's like the closest you get to it. Because, I mean, look, you've got all the stalls here. It's in the background. And coming down along the path here, it just gives it a little bit of a look there as you're going around. It's not really meant to be thought about as, like, an actual scene. But it needs to be, like, busy enough that your eye will, like, slide over it. So if you look at it like that, all the little details become much more, like, succinct. That's why I had to change out the bush for the flower. Well, I mean, the bush is now back there, but otherwise it's got too many of the same in a row here, because it would have otherwise been bush, bush, bush. Whereas now it's bush, flower, bush. Obviously, you have the grass in between as well, but that doesn't really help kind of hide it. It also basically allows just that teeniest, tiniest bit of like color that's matching up to the water to kind of match up to it, which, yeah, that allows to kind of draw the eye in, but not too much. And it breaks up all the other greenery, allowing for that just tiny bit of like just color. You know? Mm-hmm. Put stuff away and then finish. I don't know how else to explain it to you, Nate. That's just how it works. Do I have another one of these? Not in that one. Not in that one. It'll go down here, I guess. I'm glad. I'll dump the poo. And sleep, because I'm going to need to sleep and then I'll finish. But yeah, it's not really meant to be, like, specifically looked at. It's just meant to be kind of glossed over. In the background of all these different areas. I'm not really... in all honesty... It's mostly just meant to kind of imply. There's things that I would say, like, it's like, yeah, you gotta do kind of thing. But, like, for that, I think it's better to just have it be something like... Like, even if you walk back, it needs to be something that is busy enough. Yeah, there you are. But not too busy. And that's really where it gets you. Is whether it's like if it gets too busy or if it's not busy. Not busy enough kind of means that like you're actually going to be more drawn to looking at it because it feels weird, especially compared to all the other things around it, texture wise. But if you overcomplicate it, it can end up feeling patterned, which you don't want to do. Because it needs to feel like it's natural. I mean, there is patterns to nature, but like, you don't want to do too much. Hi, buddy. I am just waiting for the sun to go down. He's like, but the sun went down hours ago. What are you talking about? In the game, buddy. In the game. Just sleep tonight, so I don't forget. Woo! Yeah, we've just got like a minute. But I mean, obviously you can't see everything right now, but it does. It is really kind of starting to come together. Oh yeah, I also filled in this field here. Collecting pumpkins, and then I'm gonna have a smaller field here. That's actually gonna be the sunflowers. I decided instead because that's just easier. Have it be looking a little bit more. Oh, hello. What? Oh, no, no. I'm about to finish. Honey. I'm not a parrot. Anyway, what's the button? He's being a little fiend. You can't understand why won't I just finish? When I'm left with Cat, I just need to be able to actually finish. I don't know, pause at least to keep it going forward in time. But I only have one hand. Yeah, go on. No, don't be. The purrs. The purrs for cuddles. Anyway, I do need to finish because he needs. He's a needy boy. He's a sweetie pie, but he's a needy boy. Well, I mean, you know, like, here's the thing. I do get weird scratches on me, right? But it's not because he scratches. It's because he clings. And then when he's clinging, well, he's got claws. A good example is, like, just the other day. Yeah, he didn't answer. He is right, and I do. So now I have, like, he clung to my wrist. So now I have a very awkward scar. Well, not scar, but scratch marks. I'm just like, oh no, Kitty, why? Why? And he's trying to figure out why? What did it to you? Like, you did. It's already almost healed, to be clear, as well, so it's not that big a deal. But it was just very, very awkward. Yeah, that's how it felt. Kitty, why? Why my wrist? Why the inside of my wrist? Why was that what you clung to? And frankly speaking, you know, if he actually swiped, he would never be able to do that, you know? Anyway, I'm fine. He's fine. It's mostly healed. It just felt weird. Anyway, I hope you guys have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I'll probably be doing more of this tomorrow. Hopefully, maybe. We'll see. But, yeah. Bye-bye!